enjoy it, actually.
I know, me too.
Roll call, please. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Council Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
We have a quorum.
And please, please mark in the records that Counselor Holloway has been excused for tonight's meeting.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we enter into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 to discuss personnel matters and contract negotiations.
Second.
I think it's on.
You know, Holly.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
No.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And I'm just going to go ahead and restate that closed meeting motion is certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712 Delta, where all public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from move to enter to closed meeting pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-3711 to discuss personnel matters and contract negotiations. Okay, I'll see you all in closed.
Did you say, ma'am?
Okay. Mayor Bear.
That one.
No, no.
Okay.
Hey, Chris. Hang in there. I'm good. I'm good. I would like to. Yeah. Thank you. Let them know. Yeah. They have several resumes. They just haven't made a decision. So I'm technically, I'm CA10. So, yeah. I work for 14 agency. Shut up. Thank you for coming. How are you, Mr. Wells?
Just a reminder, I'm leaving to see my son on the 28th of December, and I will be back on the 5th.
Oh, wow.
So I will not be here for the organization meeting.
Okay, okay. Well, I know you're gonna have a good time.
Well, haven't seen him for 2 years, so
Oh, wow. That's gonna be amazing. That's my daughter.
he's living in a new house and all kinds of good stuff since I've seen him last.
That's awesome. And you have grandkids too, right?
Yeah, I've got 8 grandchildren, but the youngest one is 33 years old. I got great grandchildren.
That's good.
See, you know you're getting old when your children start retiring.
Answer this.
And my daughter works in the school system here in Hopewell, and she's retired the first of November,
Oh, okay. How long she been in this house?
30 years.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yes, sir. Got a cool night tonight.
Mm-hmm. Um, we just had dinner at the weekend to just say goodbye to, well, not goodbye, but thank yous to the council members that are leaving.
Right.
I mean, I did print. Yeah. Okay, let me make sure I have everything that I need.
I'm going right here.
see the next slide, but they can't see. So you just want to do the arrows. Yeah, let's just go through it. Just like it normally does. It threw me off the first time because I thought they could see this. And they can only see that. And it'll be up on the screens too. Yeah. Yeah, you just, to advance through it, you just use that arrow. Make it slide by slide. So when you're ready for the next one, because you're gonna have to change them. No, this is the first one.
That's the first one. I'm still deleting.
That's all right.
Got it.
And I think that sometimes the inner button also will advance it.
Okay.
But you don't have to worry about the screens or anything. Lois takes care of all that.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know that it doesn't look like this, and it kind of threw me off the first time I did it because I had notes and stuff, and I didn't want them to see my notes, but they can't see it.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I'm doing.
I've gotten full, so it should be okay. They forward sent this, so they should be okay.
just, it wasn't, I think so. So, that was a factor, but I said, well, I have to do this. And then we tried, and then I went for later start. So we went to I'm sorry. So they covered it, so I was like, he said, why don't you come over to Cheryl?
This one is, for the public hearing. There's one item on the agenda. So if they come to talk about the modifications for 602 Mansion, then that's the one that you sign off. Yes.
So anyway, so
Yeah, any other time I'd have 2 pages. Yeah, they can just write it on the back. Yeah. Thank you.
it's really I'm probably do Saturday after Virginia was supposed to be 2. Now where is it? Not 95, but the other. Yeah, yeah. Probably kill that. Now, team was like, I'd say a lot like John Marshall. This team apparently is top 20. But once again, in Cleveland, just from the schools, there's a lot like John Marshall. He never say, oh, but then that's not your game. These guys, they all never. We've got 6 years. 16. They are point guys, big. 6'4". Yeah. It's good for you. That's absolutely. No, you want your competition to be farmers. You want them to have to do your come in. And they made a run because of the money side. So they have to So you would look at Senator Jordan, his last name Jordan. Yeah. Yeah. You look at him and think that Oak Creek. This guy looks like a man. No. He never looks as big as him. Yeah. I can't wait to see. So do they just have him in I don't know this story. I tell you, just as soon as he's yeah, I will tell you. Pope's got all this. A lot of the recruiting happens in private schools. John, Trinity, especially. That's where big. They recruited big later in city schools. So they recruit kids kind of decimated public schools, except for John Marshall. They've got just it's funny, but kids that transfer from schools transfer just because they want high coaching. So they have this kind of first grade issues. But long, remember long? I realized, I couldn't figure out. Last game,
course. Go right up to junior, man. Like, you just keep throwing them out to me.
But I get it. In England.
How is she? Is she okay with that?
Well, let me tell you, see, football, I love it.
No. I'm not, definitely not the person for football. Probably if I know the person, he's like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. Okay.
Motion to come out of closed meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Counselor Randolph,
Here. Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Here.
and Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Certify.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, one, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and two, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Denton,
No.
and Counselor Pelham.
Point of information. I see. Yes, but do you have to explain why they say no?
Yes. Yes.
Because we didn't talk just about things that were on the agenda.
I can't hear you.
We did not talk about just things on the agenda.
What's, tell the public then.
We're closed, huh?
You said, don't, you have to explain that, Madam Attorney?
I just did.
I
Yes, ma'am.
can't, I can't
there's-
hear you. I know they can't hear you.
I can't.
Yes, ma'am. If there is a no vote, then the no vote needs to explain their objection to the certification.
We
Well, I'd like to know
we
what-
talked about a subject that wasn't on the closed agenda.
What subject was that?
The one that is on the regular agenda. The C2. C2.
You talked about it in regards to personnel.
Yes, it
Correct.
was directed towards, it was directed toward personnel. I
Our
can answer that
disclosure
one.
didn't cover that, though.
The disclosure
can
did
have
cover
something on
personnel
file
and
that's
contract requirement matters.
That's my explanation.
Okay.
Ms.
So,
Denton?
can you clear the record, City Attorney?
We just strayed off of
Yes.
one subject a little bit. We got back in line again.
And how much do they have to specify, Madam Attorney?
They need to be specific enough to explain their objection. If the body is
Can't be too specific.
made
for
aware
one
of what their
subject.
specific objection is, then that's enough.
I couldn't hear you. She was saying something.
They need to be made aware of what the person objecting needs to state with specificity what their objection is to the certification. And once they make that explanation, as long as the body is then become apprised of what the objection is, that's enough.
Point of information.
Because I
Yes,
don't,
ma'am.
if we don't agree with it, then what do we do?
Point of information.
This point of information is.
During the closed session, if there was an objection to that because it was going towards a personnel matter, is it a requirement or a responsibility of a counselor to state that during closed meeting and address that with the city attorney prior to continuing?
I believe so, but I can,
If that's the
Reference that.
case, that was not stated during the meeting.
Oh, yes, I did. Said, are we supposed to be talking about this?
So, what's our next step?
well, you all have taken, the body has taken a vote with regard to the certification. I would imagine that the motion passes. I
Right.
believe it's 4-2.
4-2, motion passes.
Yeah.
Did you state why you said no?
I just said we strayed off of one subject.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
These speakers are not very good.
They're not very good.
I think what they're saying is one of the items that they're contesting,
Yes, ma'am.
you were present for.
Yes.
So your legal advice, when it was questioned, you said since it was under presented personnel matters, it was fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Roll call. We're done. That's it. Excuse me.
All right. I gotta do the thing real quick. I move to resolve to authorize the city manager, after approval as to form by the city attorney, to execute an agreement to the lease for 701 West Randolph Road with monthly rent of $4,750 beginning January 1, 2023, $5,150 beginning January 1st, 2028, and $5,250 beginning January 1st, 2033, and ending not before December 31st, 2037, and not later than 2031, 2038.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. I would like to now call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham,
Here.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph.
Here.
Motion passes.
Thank you. This time, we'll have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilor Randolph.
Shall we bow our heads for a word of prayer? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for your abiding presence over our dear city of Hopewell. We thank you, Father, for our council members, Lord. We thank you for the love in their hearts for this city. We thank you, Lord, for the compassion that they have for the people of our city. And Lord, we pray that your continued blessing, Lord, of courage and honesty and unity and working together, Lord, will continue to rest upon them. Help them, Lord, and help us to give them our support, Father, as they do the difficult work of government. May the works of our hands, O Lord, bring a blessing unto your holy name. We thank you in your name. Amen.
Amen. The pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start the meeting, I have a few words. This is my last meeting. You know, a lot of you don't know this about me, but I like to take center attention. So, first of all, I'd like to sit here and say thank you to my council members. Thank you to our leaders. Each of us here have so much quality. We have qualities and they're diverse, right? And I know some people don't like the word diverse, but they're inclusive. I'm going to start with Councilor Randolph. Councilor Randolph always has a mind for finances, business processes. She brings that to the table, and she's a great leader. I would also like to say thank you, what's my word? Councilor Holloway, who's not with us today. She is an amazing counselor. She is very patient, and she's kind, and she's understanding, and she listens to us. She's not a person of many words, but when she does speak, it resonates. My Vice Mayor Parton is amazing. He is, as a lot of you don't probably do know this, because he is a, I won't hold it against him, but he is in the National Guard. As an Army veteran, we have our little comments back and forth. So, and one thing about Vice Mayor Parton is he understands infrastructure. He understands stormwater. He knows exactly what we need to do and what it takes, and he goes out there and researches, just like everyone else I'm going to speak on tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
Counselor Gore.
Tissue.
I had the pleasure of serving as her vice mayor, and she's brilliant. She knows her stuff. She knows policy. And her qualities, she has a lot to offer. She has a lot of knowledge. And then sometimes it's an overflow for us. But we appreciate it because that's exactly what we need, right? We need the youth to help us.
I admit it.
Right? And I just want to say, I'm going to move down. Counselor Denton. Many of you don't know this, but Counselor Denton has a lot of jobs, and she works very hard. But when you call her, she knows real estate, anything that has to do with contracts with real estate, she brings that to the table as well. We all have inclusive knowledge here. She brings that to the table. She lets us know what's going on. And I can tell you this, she is a person who has many jobs. And if you call her, she will drop everything to come and assist you. Now, Counselor Pelham, former mayor as well, my mentor, and a person that I really appreciate so much. If it wasn't for her and for God, I wouldn't be standing here before you today. Counselor Pelham's qualities is she has the pulse of the community. She knows what's going on with the community. When we're up here and we're business mindset, Counselor Pelham says, this is what the community is asking for. How can we meet that happy medium here? And that's exactly what we need as leaders. You may see us come out here and we might go back and forth with each other, but I'm telling you, if I call any one of these counselors or they call each other, we will drop everything to be there. The number one thing about your leaders here is that they care about the city. And I want you, moving forward, to understand that leaders can only make decisions with the information that's in front of them at that time. Sometimes we have to make decisions like that. And maybe a lot of people won't understand and a lot of citizens don't understand, but we have the best interest of the city at heart. We want it to be safe. We want to have a healthy Hopewell. And even if you do see us out here, I'm telling you, when we're back there, you'll see something totally different. We are encouraged by each other, and I want you, moving forward, to just trust your leader. Pray for your leaders, because they matter, and they're the ones that's sitting up here. Any questions that you have, please contact your leader, because they can only do what they hear. They can only do what they receive. And when we have information that's put in front of us, we have to make sometimes instant decisions. I want to thank you, Dr. Manker, for taking this step to be our interim city manager. Ms. Smith, wonderful city attorney, we're so glad to have you here. Wonderful wealth of knowledge. Lois, thank you for putting up with us. I know we're really hard on our administration, but they really care about us and they love us as well. So I want to thank each and every one of you, those who have supported me through the good and the bad. And I'm hoping that you don't let me fade away, that when you think of me, you think that, hey, she did something good for Hopewell. She stood strong for Hopewell. Not only myself, Counselor Randolph as well, and every other counselor that's sitting here today, and Counselor Holloway. Thank you. Have a good evening. Moving on, is there a motion to amend or adopt the agenda? Counselor Denton?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we table the item C2 till the end of end of January. That's on there for tonight.
Yeah, that's the motion. I was gonna make the motion.
Okay.
No, it's okay. You can go ahead and. Yeah, so. You want me to do it?
I'm through.
Okay. So you just,
So they,
yeah, it's gonna come off, yeah. I just wanna remove C2 from the agenda. We discussed it in closed session under personnel. I don't wanna put a date on it. Thank you, Counselor Denton.
She needs a second.
She needs a second.
Second.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Counselor Denton?
Yes. I would like to remove from the consent agenda items C5 and C9. They are both going to be taken care of in the business tonight, and so they should not be a part of the consent agenda.
Second.
Yes. Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We have a presentation tonight, by my dear friend Becky McDonald.
Look,
Is she here?
it's,
You're standing in for her? Okay. I'm sorry, I was.
What's up here is not our slide deck. And then did Becky send the slide deck?
She did.
Lois, could you present from the agenda?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Thank you all for your patience. is hers. It's in there.
Is there a way that you can start talking while they get the slides so we don't waste too much time? You can do introduction or something.
Okay, so my name is Dana Newcomer. I'm with the Hopewell Prince George Chamber, and
You can speak in the
I'm here-
microphone, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm here to represent Becky McDonough and the Hopewell and Prince George Chamber. Because I'm the upcoming president, I haven't had an opportunity to meet all of you. I know a few of you. So before I began, she also told me that there was a gift. It was a framed copy of the resolutions that you all signed for the chamber that she was going to bring here for all of you. So I wanted to make sure that it was acknowledged to let all of you know that we've framed it for all of you as a gift to say thank you and to show respect. Next, the very, just click. To start off, the PowerPoint that was sent actually has some videos, so it's unfortunate that I didn't realize it wasn't going to already be set up. I would have brought it. So there's some points that you may not actually get to see that we are hoping to show all of you. But the first thing is Rosie Riley. She's our new marketing and communication specialist. She was hired in March with her newly added expertise and abilities. It enabled us to be able to improve our marketing and grow some of our initiatives. Go ahead and move to next. And so to talk about some of the tourism highlights from 2022, we had attended the VTC Visitor Center seminar. This allowed Rosie to get an introduction to the world of tourism, especially coming out of the pandemic. We presented to CLIF, Cliff, to be able to share what was happening in Hopewell Prince George to a group of Fort Lee leaders. We also have been updating our tourism website about local events and local businesses and general information and activities. The Bluegrass Jamboree had another successful year, and Saucy's was recognized as Restaurateur of the Year by the Virginia Restaurant Lodging and Travel Association. And we've been working with our neighboring jurisdictions, the Virginia Tourism Corporation, and a creative team to develop our assets for the Five and Dime Trail. And then last month they also attended the VA1 Governor's Tourism Summit in Norfolk, so they can learn about creative content creation, productivity solutions, and equity, diversity, and inclusion. Go ahead. All right, I'll continue to talk. So some of the 2023 initiatives, this is going into the year. We actually started this this past year as well. We started using Instagram Reels to be able to grow our audience awareness, as well as expand our photo and video content. And this enabled us to fully represent our community. And we had also been able to brokerage some free interview sessions with Channel 12 to be able to highlight our regional tourism attractions. And then we've worked with the Beacon Theater in order to establish a RSS feed to be able to show some of their shows through our website. But we've really been focusing on our marketing. And then this is where one of the videos were. And this was highlighting our Five and Dime, and to talk about how much we've been working on that and the jurisdictions that we've been collaborating with. So we've been working with the Charles City County, Hopewell Downtown Partnership, James City County, Prince George County, Surrey County, and the Virginia Tourism Corporation. And we've created a website that will outline the trail for the Five and Dime. Have created the criteria for the destinations that they must meet in order to be featured, as well as develop the MOU. And we're going to be focusing on doing the marketing, the merchandise, location check-ins, and brochures next, with the plan to officially launch it during Virginia Tourism Week, which is May 7th through 13th. And then go ahead. So there had been another video. This was focusing on one of our companies. It was focusing on how like peanuts are being made. So with our social media, we've been using the Reels, and by doing this and focusing on our Facebook as well, we've been able to increase our likes for our Facebook page by 454 likes and 562 followers. And it has provided a drastic increase of social media presence, where some of the reels were actually viewed over 6,000 times. And so in your package, you have the meta-analytics outlining all the data as well. A notable increase was the engagements. They saw an increase of 183%, as well as in a reach of almost 200% without paid advertisements. So you can go ahead. So this next section, we were going to highlight some of the the other social media reels that got the most highlights. One was with the Perfect Pigs Flower Farm. We did a reel where they're, and you can go ahead and go to the next one because it's just going to show so the video would have played where they're showing how they're picking flowers and the process that goes along with it. And then go to the next. And then we had another one that highlighted City Point Park. And then a third one that highlighted a Thorn Ropes course. So there's a little girl walking across. It was really cute. All right, so then the next was with our social media engagement. It was just basically here we were showing the return on investment with some of our boosted posts. And we chose this one. They end up seeing 116% increase in traffic. And then, of course, the next slide, you'll go through, there's a couple of these, and it's just, showing the, how the content has increased. And then the next slide here shows that, how the Visit Hopewell Prince George website is performing. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna show that data as well. Here it was showing continual growth, starting the webpage was launched on August of 2022, and on April 5th, and showing through from April 28th to June 29th, they were able to see continual increase simply by referring to the Five and Dime and the VTC, as well as other initiatives that we've been highlighting. And then go ahead and slide through. Okay, measurable goals. You'll notice our measurable goals for this year really highlight on social media. And the reason that we're focusing on our social media is because we're trying to promote our businesses and our events and create this positive image. If you saw the video, you notice they're very positive. They're about doing things outside, the companies and the events that's going on. Like some of it's even innocent, picking some flowers and a little girl walking along the rope course. And then go ahead and slide to the next one. Some of the other areas that we're looking into is diversifying our marketing efforts, the website improvements, again, finalizing our Five and Dime, and then also working on our Moose Lodge travel package. And then one more. And if you look closely, it breaks down what we're doing in each section. I just know for time, I'm not going to read for you. But then the other area to highlight is the Fish Virginia First. So we're going to be looking at identifying some of the fishing initiatives and activities that could also be done in our area. And then last two. Okay. So what makes us successful? The one thing about having Rosie being hired on with us is that we don't have to go to a third-party vendor for our marketing and to be able to do all the videos and the photography. So that makes us cost-effective. We're able to be more creative as well as quick to communicate events and initiatives now. And then the last one. And then by focusing on improving our virtual web and our presence, it will it'll be able to improve our first impression to our potential visitors. And it may be our only chance, especially with our website and our social media, to convince our viewers to come and visit us at Hopewell. So this is the main reason why we're trying to focus so much in improving that area. And that, thank you. And do you have any questions? I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation.
As Miss Jennifer Murphy prepares to come to the podium, Madam Mayor and members of council, I'd like to present to you Ms. Jennifer Murphy, who has been working under the Development Department, Chris Ward, in guidance. As you know, last year, council voted to implement the One Hopewell initiative, and Ms. Murphy was hired to implement that initiative. And Chris Ward has been helping her foresee, undergo this initiative. So today we would like to present to you One Hopewell, its initiative, what we've done throughout the year, and how One Hopewell can help us going forward in the future.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, my name is Jennifer Murphy James, and I'm the program manager for the One Hopewell initiative. Thank you for having me this evening. So I'm going to start with some background information on the One Hopewell initiative. One Hopewell was established in 2020 with the award from the Cameron Foundation's Policies, Systems, Environmental Approach to Address Health Disparities. The purpose of that grant was to solicit submissions to create opportunities for policymakers and stakeholders to strategically address health disparities in the Tri-Cities region, and by leveraging their collective power to identify and address policies that promote access to services and resources and that would improve poor health outcomes in low-income populations. The City of Hopewell received an 18-month proactive grant of $50,000 specifically for collaborative efforts to cross-link comprehensive city and community resources to improve the quality of life for all Hopewell residents, with a focus on with a focus on those facing social and economic disadvantages. The City of Hopewell Development Department submitted the grant application with letters of support from Crater Health District and Morris Cardio. The following entities serve as the One Hopewell grant team with Councilor Gore. That's Stacy Desper from Virginia Department of Health, Crater Health District, and Dr. Morris serving as a representative for Morris Cardiovascular. Social determinants of health, or SDOH, are conditions in the places where people live, learn, work, and play, and worship, and that affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes. Conditions such as social, economic, and physical in these various environments and settings, for example, school, church, workplace, and neighborhood, have been referred to as place. In addition to the more material attributes of place, the patterns of social engagement and sense of security and well-being are also affected by where people live. Resources that enhance the quality of life can have a significant influence on population health outcomes. And understanding the relationship between how population groups experience place and the impact of place on health is a fundamental factor to the social determinants of health, including both social and physical determinants. The One Hopewell Initiative has a policy, systems, and environment approach to address health disparities. Policy. Policy is the written statement of organizational position or decision or course of action, such as ordinances, resolutions, mandates, and guidelines. Systems. Systems are changes in organizational procedures, such as personnel resource allocation and programs. Environment. Environment is the physical and observable changes in the built and economic or social space or place. So let's look at impact areas for social determinants of health. When we talk about physical environment, we're talking about environmental quality and the built environment. Health behaviors, we're talking about things that people do that impact their health outcomes, such as tobacco use, diet and exercise, alcohol use, or unsafe sex. Healthcare, we're concerned about access to care and quality of care. Socioeconomic factors include education, employment, income, family, social support, community, and community safety. The life expectancy is 78 years in the western part of the city of Hopewell, and the lowest is at 69 years in the east. That's a 9-year difference. The pattern in the geographic distribution of life expectancy is similar to the distribution of educational attainment in income, poverty, and cost-burdened households. So we're going to take a look at our Hopewell Comprehensive Plan for 2018 to 2023. The plan addresses health disparities. Right now, Hopewell ranks number 131 out of 134 counties in Virginia. That's on the bottom. Our health outcomes represent how healthy a county is right now, and in terms of the length of life and the quality of life as well. So Hopewell is ranked currently as one of the least healthiest counties in Virginia. Health factors represent those things that we can modify to improve the length and quality of life for residents. Hopewell City is now ranked among the least healthy counties in Virginia. Basically, your zip code should not determine your life expectancy or your life outcomes. One Hopewell seeks to create healthy communities, one block at a time, one home at a time, one person at a time, one family at a time. One Hopewell will provide a foundation to support community workforce development and health change. Let me restart that statement. Sorry about that. One Hopewell will provide a foundation to support community workforce development and health to change the culture around opportunity and equity by first addressing how COVID-19 has impacted health disparities. The social determinants of health for One Hopewell will target equity and opportunity, health and wellness, community wealth building, public safety, and workforce development. So the core overview for One Hopewell. We have a tool, it's a data collection and analysis tool called Building Blocks. The data will help us to identify neighborhoods within the city that have the greatest need in terms of policy and environment. Next, we're looking to develop neighborhood councils. Neighborhood councils will engage citizens and city staff City Council and City Administration will consider recommendations in order to meet citizens' needs and improve data over time. One Hopewell partners will provide services in the community services building to address the lack of resources that meet the needs of citizens. So what are the goals for our grant? Once again, your zip code should not determine your life expectancy or your life outcomes. So we seek to improve and create healthy communities. One Hopewell will provide a foundation to support the community workforce development and help to change the culture around opportunity and equity by first addressing how COVID-19 impacted health disparities. Our mission is to create incremental change to the execution of local government to provide sustainable solutions for residents. We believe that the framework for One Hopewell is to provide real-time data to use as a tool to determine the effects and the impact of this pilot program. Our first goal is to build a health in all policy infrastructure. Goal 2, to operationalize a One Hopewell Community Services Center. Goal 3, to launch Building Blocks, the data tracking software. Goal 4, to establish neighborhood councils to address the social and economic factors. And Goal 5, to formally begin the process to make the city of Hopewell a Blue Zones designated city. Some of our successes this year include receiving an award from Community Transformers for our work around food security and workforce development. We received that award in June of 2022. We also applied for and were accepted into the City Health Dashboard in March of 2022. The City Health Dashboard is another data collection and analysis tool that will allow citizens to research information about the city, as well as if you're looking to write a grant or a proposal, you'd be able to pull that information from the City Health
Ms.
Dashboard.
James, I'm sorry.
I'm running out of time?
No. You skipped a slide.
Did I?
Yes, I was just made aware.
Progress slide.
Progress slide.
Sorry about that. Let's see, I think I'm moving too fast.
No, you're fine.
No, she did it.
You were on the right side. That's it right there. Yeah.
Okay. Progress slide. So this is just reviewing the goals again. And I was basically hired as the program manager for the One Hopewell initiative. The goals include, again, building the health policy infrastructure. And one of the things that we did was developed working groups. Some of those groups include, for example, our Virginia Eviction Reduction Program, which we have an advisory committee that helps the organization that administers that program is called HOME. It's Housing Opportunities Made Equal. And that committee met actively from April to December. So our last meeting is this month. We have an active food security and workforce development work group, and that work group is working on initiatives to develop the infrastructure to reduce or improve rather, to improve food access and food security within the city, as well as to help develop workforce development activities for youth and young adults within the city. Goal 2, operationalize One Hopewell Community Services Building. So we've identified several partners to come to the proposed resource center to provide services at the center, and we are also in the process of looking at our asset mapping to identify additional service providers that can come to the city and provide services that are not already in the city. Right now, we have the following partners that have agreed to come to the resource center. So that's District 19 Community Services Board, the Virginia Department of Veterans Services, and the Crater Workforce Coalition have agreed. We've conducted the asset mapping, as I said. We are in the process of piloting a COVID-19 survey, and that will help us to address the needs of citizens. So it's a form of needs assessment, but it also will help us to identify how COVID-19 impacted the citizens of Hopewell. And we've applied for a Families Forward grant in partnership with the not-for-profit called Story. Goal 3, Building Blocks has been launched. Again, Building Blocks is a data analysis. It's a data collection and analysis software, and it allows us to track information such as shots fired. We can also track calls to EMS. And there are different types of data sets that you can pull from Building Blocks. It's actually a really interesting tool. Later on, I'll give you some examples about how Building Blocks can be used. We also are looking for opportunities to establish our neighborhood councils, so the data that we pull from Building Blocks will help us with that. So goal 4 is the establishment of neighborhood councils. And goal 5, again, is to formally begin the process of making the city of Hopewell a Blue Zones designated city. And right now, we do have tentatively a donation that may come from Virginia State University to help fund some of the phases of that Blue Zones initiative. But I'll talk about that a little bit later. And I'm sorry about skipping a slide because I think I confused myself. Let me just...
Nothing we don't do.
Okay. Okay, so we were talking about successes, so I won't repeat the things that I've already talked about, but coalition building is a goal for One Hopewell, and we are in the process of not only doing our stakeholders analysis, which is an ongoing process. We've actually identified about 75 partners. When we applied for the Families Forward grant, we had several of those partners step forward to provide letters of support for us. So coalition building is strong. And so we consider that a success. And you can see the list of partners here include the not-for-profit Story, Central Virginia Legal Aid, Hopewell Social Services, Hopewell Public Schools, the Downtown Partnership, the Food Pantry, the Chamber of Commerce, Virginia Career Works, John Randolph Hospital, Crater Health District, the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, Morris Cardiovascular, and Commonwealth Catholic Charities. So for the Families Forward grant, you'll see on this slide, there's a budget that was presented here in this presentation. This is the budget that we put together for the Family Forwards grant, and this basically gives us a snapshot of what it would take to successfully operate the resource center. And I won't read the line by line for the budget, but if you have questions on that later, feel free to ask. So again, One Hopewell is seeking the support of City Council to continue its efforts to expand to the next phase of its implementation plan. One Hopewell is in the process of filing to earn not-for-profit status in order to solicit funds to continue to deliver services and to maintain staff. On this slide, you'll see some areas where we're looking to acquire funding. So for the Resource Center, we're looking to provide training for certified community health workers. The cost of that training would be $11,000, and that cost would cover 10 to 20 participants in that training. The training would be in collaboration with the Institute for Public Health Innovation and the Virginia Department of Health. The goals of the staff would be to aid in One Hopewell's community COVID-19 impact survey distribution, as well as the community needs assessment for Crater Health District, to support food stability drives, and also to help support the implementation of the Blue Zones Initiative. Center support staff would also include a certified community health worker that is a mental health specialist, the salary of the program manager, and office supplies and furniture. So we're in the process of applying for grants. That's an ongoing process for the One Hopewell Initiative. And on this slide, you'll see some of the grants that we are in the process of applying for or have applied for. There's a community resources grant for $15,000. The funds from that grant would be used to support our partners that are offering services at the Community Resource Center. We're applying for a Community Heart and Soul grant, which is $10,000. The funds from that grant will support the launch of and spearhead the Neighborhood Council startup. The community workforce stipends is $12,000, and those funds would be used to provide programming to support youth and dislocated workers to gain training or resources for employment. The participants may participate in workforce initiatives established under One Hopewell or to provide tools to aid them in their participation in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act workforce programs. In addition, funds may be used to support Hopewell Public Schools' balanced calendar during their intermission centers to provide workforce readiness programs. And last, the Prevention and Stability Assistance Funds, also known as VERP, the Virginia Eviction Reduction Program. That grant is $50,000. So currently, there is a VERP grant that One Hopewell was working with. So we had the advisory committee for that grant being operated by Housing Opportunities Made Equal. That was called VERP 2.0. It actually is coming to a close this month, and VERP 2.3 will come out. So we're not sure at this time who will receive the VERP 2.3, but One Hopewell hopes to work closely with whatever organization receives that funding. Let's see here. Okay. Sorry, I think I accidentally pressed something I shouldn't have.
That's okay.
Rashad,
Let's see here.
Rashad,
Rashad.
You can,
that's,
You could jump into Blue Zones and that's
Yeah.
wrap it up.
Okay.
Because we're
So
just running
it's all,
short on
the
time.
presentation is pretty much almost done. The next slide here basically is talking about the support that One Hopewell is requesting from City Council. And we have two options on that slide for funding, so it kind of breaks down the budget items. And just to be clear, One Hopewell is actively seeking grants and actively applying for grants to support a lot of this work. So I don't want you to be alarmed by numbers. right? Please don't be alarmed by numbers. We are actively in the process of seeking and applying for funding to support a lot of this work, but we hope to also receive support from City Council in any way possible. We also would like the City Council to support the Blue Zones Initiative. And if you guys don't know anything about Blue Zones, feel free to ask questions. I'll be able to tell you more about Blue Zones and what that is. This last and final slide just breaks down the phases of the Blue Zones project. So there are 4 phases for Blue Zones. The first phase is assessment and development. That takes about 3 to 6 months. The second phase is the foundation building. That's 6 to 8 months. And the third phase is transformation, and that process can take anywhere from 5 to 10 years. It really depends on the city, but I will say that the city of Hopewell has hit the ground running with the One Hopewell initiative, and the transformation phase should not take us 10 years because we've actually done a lot of the groundwork. And then finally, there's the certification, and then the sustainability and evolution process as the city grows and develops. And then there's the pricing for the Blue Zones project. So the assessment and development phase will cost about $75,000, and that funding potentially will be donated from Virginia State University. There's talks on the table where we may potentially receive a grant. That foundation and planning phase can run anywhere from $800,000 to $1.5 million. So we are definitely looking at actively seeking funders or supporters to help raise that money. And the final phase, the transformation phase, can typically run at the cost of $1 million to maintain that, and that's $1 million a year. But if we actively continue to work on our community development of our stakeholders, we're confident that we can raise the money to make Hopewell a Blue Zones designated city. Are there any questions for me?
Councilor Randolph?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Pretty thorough review. The one question I had is you've listed 5 goals and given pretty much on goal 5 a time frame that it takes to get through the phases for the Blue Zone designation. Could you give a guesstimate of attainability for goals 1 through 4? Just kind of, how long you think it'll take to get through the policy for infrastructure, and then, 2, 3, and 4, just kind of off the top of your head.
Off the top of my
I
head?
won't hold you anything.
Okay. So building the health in all policies infrastructure, we've actually kind of started the groundwork for that.
Right.
So I would say within 6 months to a year.
Okay.
To operationalize the One Hopewell Community Services Center, we're really looking at seeking funding to help support that process, but we actually can get started on that one as soon as possible because we do have space that we have access to, and we have the 3 providers that are ready and willing to provide services at that building right now, and we are constantly seeking providers to come into that space. For example, we're looking at a provider to come in and provide financial literacy services. So that actually is a very attainable goal that can happen sooner than later.
Okay.
Launching building blocks, that has actually already been done. The building block system is launched. And I believe all of you do have access to building blocks, and there's training available, but it's an amazing data collection and analysis tool. You can really do a lot with building blocks. So my last slide that you guys weren't able to see actually talks a little bit about some of the things that you can do with building blocks. Let's see if I can find it. It's you can do overlays with maps. You can look at you can look at data by ward or by census block. So the building blocks tool allows you to view metrics you can use for grant writing and policy development. So for example, let's say you want to look at retail food environment and to see where food access is within the city. You can actually pull the available grocery stores up on building blocks and map out the distance from housing where people live to grocery stores, so you can actually prove that Hopewell is a food insecure city
Right.
because access to,
So you already have that.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and there's so many more metrics that you can look at, police data, EMS data. You can also create data that's not already in the system.
Right.
And that's an issue of figuring out what you want to look for.
Yes.
And then say, for example, let's say overdoses. Right now, overdoses is not collected, but if that's something you wanted to look for, that's just a matter of having a discussion with the police department on how they code.
Right.
So it's a really good system. And that, like I said, that's already been launched.
Okay.
Neighborhood councils, we are in the process of applying for a grant from Community Heart and Soul that will help us to develop our community organizing to get those neighborhood councils up and running. So I would say that's also, we're already in talks with Community Heart and Soul, and we believe that we will get that $10,000 grant. However, there is a matching grant requirement from the
Right.
city.
So you think that's a year to 2 years?
That process, definitely.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Counselor Gore?
I didn't have, did I hit it?
Oh, you hit it on accident, I guess.
Is there anybody else with their light on?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Oh. I'll do
The
mine
one
second.
Hopewell, you're here with the grant money that you got from Cameron.
Yes.
Are you looking for this to be a city departmental program that would be sponsored by the city and funded partly by the city?
We're hoping to receive support from the city to help our work. We are looking to file as a not-for-profit, so we're in the process of filing our 501c3. So a lot of our work will be funded by grants. And one of my roles is to seek out funding opportunities and to apply for grants.
All right, of that budget that you've got in here,
Mm-hmm.
249,740.
Yeah.
Can you break that, what you think you'll get in grants and what you are expecting the city to support?
Okay, let's see. So if you can go to the slide that says, One Hopewell is seeking support, and it has options. It has option 1 and option 2.
Uh-huh.
That breaks down that budget a little better.
What I'm asking for?
Mm-hmm.
So are we option 1 or option 2?
That would be the decision of city council. But again, we're not looking for all of that money to come from city council. A lot of this would come from grant opportunities. But wherever city council sees its ability to provide support, that support would be welcomed.
Okay. I'm just trying to get down what this is eventually gonna cost the city.
If you think about it, in the long run, it would be a savings to the city. Because when you improve health outcomes and the quality of life for people, the cost in the long run would be less to the city.
But we do have built into the city a lot of programs that overlap this type of programming.
Do you say you already have programs that overlap?
We have some, yes.
So one of the areas that One Hopewell is seeking to focus on is that Health Equity in All Policies Task Force, where the city departments will talk to each other so we can see where that overlap is so that we can work with the existing directors and departments.
I
And
just
that
don't-
will help eliminate duplication.
Yeah, I think we need to look at this a little bit closer to see just what is overlapping what and where we're spending. I know Healthy Families does things like this. There are other programs social services do. I just would need to look at, is everybody working together and only providing the one big service? Is one.
No, I understand what you're saying. And one of our partners, Healthy Families, is a partner. Department of Social Services is a partner. So the goal of One Hopewell is to connect and not to create additional silos, but to connect services.
Okay.
I'm all right on now.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I'll just say, just for clarification, I think the One Hopewell team did the asset mapping project
Yes.
to identify what resources were in the city to address social determinants of health and which assets were not in the city. And so the purpose of One Hopewell was to pull all those partners together, to Counselor Denton's question, to have them work together instead of working in silos.
Yes.
And then identify the gaps where services are not present in Hopewell and to bring them into the city. So the purpose of One Hopewell is to bring what is not present.
Correct.
And the community services building, we have veteran services seeking to expand, which is new in the city, to provide sources there. And then a workforce satellite office to help people get connected to jobs. And then obviously these human capital type stuff to help people meet them where they are, to fill in the gaps. So in my opinion, obviously this is needed because one, the data shows it. And then two, it's about bridging everybody together. Close the communication gaps for the city and establish successes.
Establish services.
Services, my bad. Services. That's the whole point of it. And I think the other part is, that we're missing is, there was a great meeting that the Downtown Partnership did, and I think Councilor Randolph is present for that. And from the feedback I got, because I couldn't attend at that time, a lot of people in the room was like, "Oh, why aren't we talking together?"
Right.
And we're like, "That's the whole point of One Hopewell."
Yes.
And so, like, clearly, the people who are doing services know that there is a gap there in that connective tissue that needs to be done. We're going to apply for a second round of grant funding, but I'm asking for support to carry us over so that she does not stop the work that she's doing with the development staff. And then the last part of that equation, I would say, people talk about what we have, what we don't have. There's a gap in mental health services. There's a gap in crisis support services. And we talk about crime, we talk about all these things. Well, one factor, a symptom of crime is having people be in conditions like this. And so if we have a town hall, we talk about all these things, well, let's put our money where our mouth is and put this in here. And the reason why I know council has asked for updates, I purposely, and Jennifer can speak to, have asked for there to be a delay, is because I want to make sure she can produce results to council and show the activity that has been done to date and the active attempts to find funding and partners. So with that, I do hope that there's support to just help us with this one-time funding request with either ARPA funds or unassigned fund balance, because until we get the response back on our funding request, her money runs out in 2 months. So I make a motion, if council agrees, to provide one-time funding. I'll go option 2 of $130,000 from either unassigned funding or fund balance and give it to the development department to oversee the execution, because that's currently where she's housed.
What was the amount?
I said 130, but you guys can negotiate it. That was the option 2. And that was
Second.
my motion.
Second for conversations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
I'm not against this, but I was kind of under the impression that we were gonna just get a presentation on this and come back in January to talk more about this.
I don't know who gave you that
that's-
impression, because I didn't say that. I clearly
Okay.
put in there ass on 3 slides. I'm not being funny.
No, that's, because, you know, well, okay. I mean, I just
I'm not being.
wasn't prepared for, you know, making a motion or anything tonight, or, I just felt, you know, that this was kind of give us an update on where you are, and then, you know, you'd be coming back with a, you know, more detailed request, and, you know, where the money's coming from, and all. I mean, that was my impression.
You might want to, since, you know, there's three of us leaving, you might want
Yeah,
to wait for the next council to come in and,
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm going to
Let
vote
them-
against it.
let them
I would like for us
vote.
just to wait until January.
For all funding requests, I would ask you, what's the difference between this or any other funding request on the agenda?
Well, I mean, these ones I knew that were going to be done because there was a CAF that specifically said it was going to be this and this is where the money's coming from. I mean, this was kind of more just an informational presentation.
I thought council got the presentation in advance, right?
Yeah, we
And-
got it at this, we got it as
In the
part of our
packet?
agenda. But, I mean, normally we don't take action on presentations. It's kind of more informational.
You
I
can
mean,
take,
that's-
we take action. I'm not trying to, you make your choice the way you want to, but just for the public, I want everybody to think I'm trying to pull a fast one. The presentation
No.
submitted for the agenda packet did include slides that say a specific ask, and I gave options in the packet, given in advance to council to review. And so, you know, again, it's your just choice how you want to proceed. I can't do anything. I can just make the case and say that I distributed it timely for consideration with all intents of asking for support for a cutoff in January, because we don't know what January is going to lead, or if it will even be discussed, or anything. So we have 1 month, and we have other asks that's been held. So I'm just saying, you decide how you want to. That's, you know, so you're right.
could you explain the dollar amount that you're asking for
I've got my
again?
finger.
Okay,
Who am I answering her or not?
no, after Counselor Randolph.
I'm answering her.
Yeah. And then you, and then Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
I put my light on.
So, what we did was we took, so just for clarification, Jennifer is the point contact for One Hopewell.
Right.
I'm just on the grant team, and I'm only asking because I think I can ask more succinct and direct. So just to be clear, I do not do operations or day-to-day. That is Jennifer with, you know, I don't get in the weeds. So the grant that was submitted to run the community services building that we applied for, Story, in partnership with the Hopewell Redevelopment Housing Authority, applied to be our fiscal agent so we can get that money.
Right.
We just received notification last week that we did not get it. So I pulled that budget that was submitted in that grant, and I pulled out everything that I thought would help to get this off the ground. So the community health workers training, and again, that's a cost because our partnership with VDH. We have an MOU with VDH and Creator Health. So that's $6,000 with that reduced amount. I included her salary. I asked for office supplies and furniture and mileage. That's because literally the office has no office supply money. She's doing all of this at cost or with development resources, like literally no letterhead.
That's what I was gonna ask.
No computer, like all that stuff is
She's under development.
with no.
So, Chris, input from you on what you're able to help them with through your budget, nothing?
We're not prepared, the department's not prepared to support this beyond, you know, the typical office supplies
Okay.
that she's been utilizing since she's
Okay.
been here.
And the mileage is for what?
She's going to a lot of working groups in Petersburg and Richmond, all those other groups. And like, there's a partnership that wasn't mentioning here with the Virginia Tech, I think it is. It's a working group for food access. It's like an ecosystem that they're building. And Hopewell is pretty much primed to be up next for that. So she spends a lot of travel going to all these working groups and connecting the dots with all these partners. And then the community resiliency grants, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was for, let me go back. She ought to say that one. Community Heart and Soul was for the nonprofits to do the neighborhood council. And I think they're working with Colonial Beach right now, that
Right.
city and the Eastern Shore. And Downtown Partnership helped to identify them as a strong partner. So it was a recommendation and they vetted it thoroughly.
Yeah, right.
The community workforce stipends, part of, like I mentioned before, the community services building that we have that was council voted to put, you know, people in. The workforce office for the state is willing to come and set up a satellite office, as I mentioned earlier. we figured to help with these neighborhood council, we can provide stipends and create workforce programs that dub to support the city at the same time. And then the stabilization funds is like for those who work, people who might need something just to help them get by. And I'll go back to the community resource grants. Oh, that's for the services. So let's say someone wants to come in and say, I'll help you with your GED, do a GED workshop, but it costs me $10 a book. I'll do it for free, but can y'all at least cover the books?
Right.
Then she'll have the discretion to cover that so they can come in and do those services. So I just asked for them to narrow it down to what would be critical for us to continue the work. And I mean us very loosely, it's really Jennifer and her working groups doing the work. And that's how I came up with 128. But if we get that Cameron Foundation second year allocation, that $55,000 that's here would not be asked for because her salary will be covered by the Cameron Foundation. So if that is done, we're looking at like a $75,000 investment from the city.
Okay. I appreciate you going through all that. I'm not gonna have any issues with trying to get them off the ground, which they already are and running, but I'm also not gonna change my stripes either. With as much as you've explained, I do think it needs to be in writing for council to be able to see and understand a little more thoroughly than it does just rushing through it. We talk a lot on this council about not making a, quick decision, and I think it would be helpful for all of us to see that. I'm not gonna be here for that, but I would support it, and I do support it. I sat and had great conversations with Jennifer at the meeting that Dr. Manker called. The only thing I can say bad about that meeting is we haven't had another one. And we need that communication in this realm to better help us and address exactly what Councilor Denton said and what Councilor Gore said, to discover what we have, what's working, what isn't working, and where we need to fill in the gaps. But we're not gonna do it this way, in my opinion. I'm always wanting documentation, so I appreciate you going through that, and I understood most of it, but I think that just to solidify everybody's take on it, we probably should wait. I feel we should wait till it's documented, till the next council meeting, and for the next council,
What additional documentation so I can know?
Well, everything that you just went through very quickly and saying how you came up with the 130 and where it wasn't possibly needed if they got this, that documentation needs to be given point by point to the council so that they understand exactly what the timeframes are,
It's in
where
the
it's gonna
packet.
come from. Yes, but it's not documented like you were just giving us, that I saw. So I'm just gonna say, I
Okay.
feel more comfortable just seeing it and knowing where it's gonna be pulled from. Sorry, but I agree with it, and I like where Jennifer's going with this, and I think it's a good resource to have, and you all have done a great job getting this off the ground and moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
Counselor Denton, and then Counselor Pelham.
Yes, I agree with Vice Mayor Pardon. I thought this was gonna be a presentation and we would not have to make a decision. I am not, as I've already expressed, I'm not prepared to spend the city's money without knowing what other programs this meeting and trying to get a little bit more information on it. It's nothing against you. I just feel like when we're spending that taxpayers' money, we've got to be careful we're not already spending it somewhere else. I would like a little bit more information on this, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
You say after Ms. Pelham?
On a substitute motion, can we have further discussion?
Yes, but it
Okay.
also requires a
I'd like to make a
vote.
substitute
Yes, ma'am.
motion that we do postpone it until next year and January second meeting to include the breakdown of the individual costs.
Here's the cost.
Second. I have a discussion question.
For discussion, and I would say that community resources grant, why is that placed in there? That, you requesting the grant, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So why is that added to the cost of the request from us?
Because that's what it would be called. It would be called a community service grant.
Oh, that's, okay, so we're creating a grant within,
Right.
Yeah.
of scope of their work,
Mm-hmm.
okay. No, that's my substitute motion.
So
That's secondary.
I was checking the temperature on council, but this didn't happen overnight. I just want council to know, when I came in, it was already in motion. Then Mayor Gore, who's now councilor, she did present this as she saw the gap. We have different resources for the city of Hopewell, not speaking to each other.
Right.
There's overlapping, right? So with this being said, it's a process.
Yes.
And it's a presentation for us. I am in support of this because this didn't happen, this wasn't thought about 6 months ago. This started way before I started. And then when I started, the mapping started happening, right? And there's a lot of work. My question remains, my question, a point of information either to you or Councilor Gore, do you guys need any funding to continue on till January?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and this is my only question, because to continue the efforts that you guys are doing and not have that space or that gap and lack, what do you need in order to continue operations until January, when they meet again? What is your financial gap here? What does that number look like?
Okay. Thank you for that question. I'm going to defer to Councilmember Gore because she's more eloquent.
The only thing, thank you, Mayor Bennett. The only thing I would say is her salary, because we have no other monies. So when I literally say we don't have anything, I'm not being funny. If it were not for development department, she would not have the resources now to do what she's doing. So the only money we have is her salary. So I would defer to Director Ward to, if we have to give a figure, can't give it right now on the spot. If there was a motion to provide that support, I would defer to the city attorney if it could be worded in a way to say that it just covers the standard.
Until the next
Amount.
meeting, to continue
That's salary and
operations.
benefits, right?
She
Or
doesn't
just
get
salary?
benefits.
She doesn't get benefits.
That's the
Okay.
cost
Just wanna make
savings for
sure.
how we did this. We don't
Just to
have
continue operations and efforts until you guys can meet again in January and the council can then decide, yeah? Is
Yeah,
that,
That's correct.
so is there a,
Can you
what
add
does
that?
that number look like?
Mayor Bennett, I would say that Councilor Pelham said the second meeting in January, just for a point of clarification.
Right.
The second meeting in January, what date is that?
Right, I'm just saying she's gonna add.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember because we haven't set the calendar.
Right.
You haven't set the calendar yet.
Okay.
So I would ask council, and I know this is to just fund, to continue operations and efforts until you guys meet. And I don't know when that's gonna be, but we can probably put it until the end of January if that's possible. I don't wanna put somebody out of a job, and this is a great effort, okay?
What's the funding?
I mean, how much
What's
is?
the funding?
That's the number I'm asking, that's.
So that's I
information
don't
I'm
have the
trying to
number
receive.
literally in front of me, but I was saying to the city attorney, is there a way we can make a motion to say to continue her biweekly set amount of pay until the end of December, January, because she does not get benefits or fringes, so it's her check that, it doesn't change for every,
Yes, ma'am.
it's a
It's
set
$50
amount.
for the month.
year.
Right.
Yeah, so just, whatever that,
Divided by 12.
what I'm saying is, can't we just have a general terminology, so that way clearly we're just saying whatever she gets biweekly?
Yes, ma'am, you could say that the motion could continue to pay her monthly salary as it is currently.
Yeah.
Point of information, you know I gotta do housekeeping. Where the money coming from?
Do you have to say from the general fund?
Where is the money coming from?
General fund?
I would suggest ARPA funds for one time.
ARPA funds one time.
They are, her presentation proposed continuing of grant funding efforts. They are requesting one-time dollars to get them to a space where they can request these funds and then become self-sufficient. So I would not go to the unassigned fund balance for these funds,
Not for one time.
not for one-time dollars.
Vice Mayor Parton.
I know everyone's gonna shoot me when I say this, but
Bang, bang.
One month salary.
can we, I think it, instead of just kind of
$9,000.
talking about this out here, I think we need to have just a special meeting before the end of the year. I know that, I'm sorry, I know, but I think we need an actual dollar figure.
Well, 55 divided by 12, right?
4,500.
Y'all pick the date, I don't care. Down
Well, I
for
mean, we
fall.
know it's going through January. You've got funding through
Wait,
this
we have
year,
we have a,
Yes,
we have
to-
action on the
To
floor, so.
the end of December.
through December, end of December. So you got 1 month worth of funds that we have to do something with. That's, do we have to have a special meeting just for that?
You know, can do whatever, but I mean,
What's the motion on the floor?
Brenda's
Postpone it
motion on the
till-
floor.
Postpone till January, the
there's
second
three
meeting in January.
To the end of January.
There's your motion, Brenda did a substitute motion, what's the third?
Johnny's motion.
Oh,
I didn't make
He
a
hadn't made a
motion. I just,
Oh, okay.
I was just a
There are two
recommendation.
yeah, there's two motions on the floor. Yours and then the substitute that Ms. Pelham
my motion
did
took
about
the motion
extending
out.
it to the
The
second
rest-
meeting in January.
We may be able to use the salary savings from the senior planner's position that is vacant, that's been vacant since.
Okay, I'm gonna
just
pull
do
rank. I'm going to go ahead and ask
Instead of
council to
using
table
ARPA
this,
funds.
and we're gonna do a special meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Let's table it, special
Thank you.
meeting. I will get with you all, Lois. I'll get with you, and then we can poll council on what day works best for them before the year is over.
Yes.
Okay?
But when you do it,
A
when she
special
comes
meeting.
back, she needs maybe be more.
We'll have that we'll let her
Okay.
know
I
what
need
she
to know
needs to
what more
bring.
clarity, because I feel like, can I just ask this, whatever y'all want, I'm not trying to be funny or sarcastic. I did break out the categories, and I
You
did
did.
say the source, so I just need to know what more you need, because I felt like I covered it, but clearly it's a consistent trend here, so tell me, when we offline, what more is needed, and then I'll work with Jennifer and Chris to pull it for you.
All we need to look at is
It's
45,
synopsis.
80, 83, 34.
Roll call,
That's the
please.
amount. So why can't we just,
What's the motion on the floor?
What is it?
I thought you said the table.
It wasn't a motion. What's,
we're
can we
bring-
suspend it? Can we
Motion to schedule
suspend?
a special meeting is the last motion on the floor. Motion to schedule a special meeting and table this matter.
Who seconded it?
I withdraw mine. That's if you're gonna
I
table
did,
it.
I did.
All right, I'll second
I
it.
seconded it.
which one are we seconding?
Motion to have a special meeting, I guess.
Motion to table this matter and schedule a
Special meeting before the end of the year.
Is the motion on the floor.
So who did the motion?
Brenda.
Gore. And who seconded the motion?
I'll
Vice
second
Mayor.
it.
Vice Mayor. Okay.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate
It
you.
was riveting.
Roll call. Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Now, what are we voting?
Yeah, that's how we all feel.
the motion is to table this discussion for a special meeting.
Yes. Why not?
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No,
What?
Motion
you heard
passes.
me. We could
Well,
have done
I
it
still
tonight
say,
and just
I still
given her
say
the
thank
damn
you for your
money.
kind comments, though. I do appreciate that.
Okay, now we're moving forward to our public hearing. Mr. Ward,
Before we do the public hearing,
yes.
we need to vote to extend the
Motion
meeting.
to extend in 8 minutes.
Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
To what? To finish the whole agenda or an hour?
Still can't.
It was already written.
1 hour?
That's fine.
1 hour.
1 hour, that's it.
Needs to be seconded and voted on.
The motion on the floor is to extend the meeting for 1 hour.
It was motioned by Counselor Denton, and who seconded?
I'll second it.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes?
and Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Sorry.
Motion passes to extend the meeting for 1 hour.
She picked the hour.
She picked it. Okay. Mr. Ward, how are you this evening?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Great. Would you like to start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we have a public hearing for an application for a modification to development standards. You all were presented this application at a work session at your previous meeting a few weeks ago. The applicant is Mr. Kenneth Dale from 602 Mansion Drive, also known as parcel 0560060. The property is located in Ward 3. And Mr. Dale is requesting to allow a metal carport in the front yard of his residence. The applicant's contractor failed to obtain a building permit prior to the installation of the carport in the front yard. Otherwise, if it had gone through a permit review, the contractor and the property owner would have been notified that that was not permitted to locate in the front yard. But the applicant placed the carport in the front yard because he does have future plans to add a room onto his existing house.
A room over. Oh.
And when you're considering a modification to development standards application, there are 4 questions that we go through. The first one is, does the granting of the modification constitute a variance, a special exception, a conditional use, or a rezoning? And in this particular case, it does not. Question number 2 would be, are ordinary financial considerations the principal reason for the requested modification? Based off the application from Mr. Dale, it does not appear to be. Number 3, does the modification amend a property-specific condition imposed by City Council or the Board of Zoning Appeals? And in this case, it does not. And then lastly, number 4, basically, that question is, did the applicant create the condition or situation generating the need for the modification? And has the applicant has not exhausted all other practicable solutions to the problem, including but not limited to the acquisition of additional property, the elimination or redesign of structures, or the reduction of the development density? When going through those 4 considerations, staff believes that, and I can go back to it, that in number 4, that because a building permit was not obtained prior to installation of the carport, that in fact, the condition was created by the applicant. Staff determined that the application for the modification of development standards does meet condition number 4, and therefore the modification of development standards application cannot be granted. If a building permit had been sought prior to installation, the applicant would have been informed that accessory structures are only permitted in the rear yard. Secondly, the carport potentially could be placed in the rear yard, but that would require some leveling of the ground. Planning Commission agreed with staff, and they voted to recommend to City Council that it does meet condition 4, and therefore the modification of development standards application cannot be granted. Mr. Dale is here this evening. You did not hear from him during the work session, but he would like to present to you this evening. So, Mr. Dale.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the council. Mr. Ward's right about one thing. Well, he's right about everything he said. The problem I have is that the company that I was dealing with has done other work here in the city of Hopewell. There's specifically another address within my neighborhood, right around the corner. And a couple of years ago, we had hail damage to damage 3 of our vehicles. My vehicle, my wife's vehicle, and our daughter, who was still staying with us. Very expensive. So I was always looking for a way, because we don't have a garage, have no access to put in a garage, and the cost. I was also forced to retire 5 years earlier than I planned to. As far as the area adjacent to our home for the carport to be moved, it's not acceptable. It's really not acceptable. And I understand that the company, and I should have done more homework. That's on me. I should have done more homework. As far as them not taking care of the permit issue first, but that's what I was told, so that's what I went with. But I gave Mr. Ward in October, actually prior to that, the residents in question, that's right around the corner from where I live. I think it's Princess Anne and St. George, right on the corner. And this individual, he's a Prince George police officer. He had the same issue I had. And they did the same thing to him. He was told that his wasn't going to be approved. But after going round and round, somehow his structure was approved under the same guidelines that mine is being disapproved. I have a problem with that. So my question is, where there's one, is there others that have been approved? Yet my structure, and I'm being told that it's not being approved. As far as one thing Mr. Ward said about my wife and I doing any modification to our home, I'll tell you why we're gonna do that, if you will indulge me for a couple of minutes. I served 20 years in the Marine Corps. In those 20 years, I've had surgery on both of my feet, a reconstructed left shoulder, and a reconstructed right elbow with a steel plate. I have disc problems in my neck and in my back. So we're having to figure out right now the things that we're gonna have to do moving forward in a condensed period of time, because like I said earlier, I had to retire 5 years sooner than I anticipated. I've had 5 events this year alone from my condition. I have severe back spasms that limit me. 2 years ago, there were 3 to 4 days that I would be restricted to bed rest. It's now accelerated to where the last one was what, 2 weeks? 2 weeks. This isn't really about a carport. I'm looking to safeguard my vehicles, yes. But again, the issue I'm having is the same reasons that another home right around the corner from ours was approved, I'm being denied. That's a problem. And I have a serious problem with that. So what I would like to ask the council to do, to instruct Mr. Ward in his office, they need to do some kind of inventory. Because if one's been approved, maybe others have been approved. That shouldn't have been approved. But yet I'm being denied. I have a problem with that. Again, I take full responsibility on myself because I thought the company was gonna take care of the permit issue. That's what I was told, but they didn't do it. So here we are. But again, I'm asking for a little consideration, maybe even a medical exemption if possible, because we have some serious issues that are coming up quick. I know that area that Mr. Ward talked about where the carport can be placed, can't be placed there. there's gonna have to be at some point, because I've been told by my doctors, when I have my issues, I can't walk very well, she has to help me. And I know she looks a lot younger than I do. We've been married 30 years. So she could only help but so much. That area of the house, we're looking to put a carport in. Whether I've been told to put the carport, move it and put it there, I'm gonna need wheelchair accessible access to not only that portion of the house, but to the front portion of the house. These are all things that we're having to think about right now. I'm looking for grants. I'm 100% disabled through the VA. I've also had to put in for Social Security disability 5 years earlier because of my condition. So I'm asking the council, if at all possible, if there can be some kind of medical exemption in my case. Now, if you do approve it, that's not setting any kind of precedent, because anyone that comes before you has to come and stand on their own circumstances. So I thank you for hearing me out. You ladies, sir, have a good evening.
Miss, yes.
Who did his, who did your work? Can I ask a question?
It was a company by the name of Newmark Builders. They were the same one that did my neighbor that I talked about, whose carport was approved. And his carport is, I gave Mr. Ward the picture. I also gave it, I don't know if some of you were here in October. I turned it in. His carport is directly in front of his house. I have a problem with that. I'm not looking for any special favors. I'm looking for fairness. My service means something to me. I'm looking out for myself, and I'm looking out for her, for the things that I'm undergoing right now and that are only getting progressively worse. No surgery can correct the problem that I had. None. It might make it worse. I'm not trying to do that. I have run the equivalents of almost 300 26-mile marathons. That's what I put my body through in the 20 years I spent in the Marine Corps. And another 18 after that in law enforcement until I couldn't do it anymore. I'm asking for a little consideration. I understand what the rules are, but it's obvious that Mr. Ward gave me this option, which means that I had the opportunity to stand before each one of you and plead my case, which means that you have a say in it.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Ward. Can you explain to council the address that was approved for a carport?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding Mr. Dale correctly, it's a property down the street from where he lives. It's on Princess Anne. The carport was approved under the previous director. It is not in the front yard, even though the house,
Do you have a picture of it?
I'm sorry, I don't. I didn't bring one other than I could potentially show you.
Was it just approved in your office or not?
Yes, ma'am. It was permitted through the development department, but it is not in the front yard of that property. It is in the rear yard of the property. Now, it's a corner lot.
Corner lot, does it meet all
Yes,
the?
ma'am. So
The criteria for the ordinance that we have established?
it does. So regardless of where the front door on a house does not determine the front of a parcel, particularly on a corner lot. It's the narrow side is considered the front. So in this particular instance, this carport, Mr. Dale is absolutely correct. When you're looking at this house, it looks like it's, because it's right up to the street.
Are all the other houses front doors on that side where his is?
The zoning ordinance does not speak to front doors. A front,
I don't know that. I'm saying other front doors on his block the same as the front door we perceive to be the front door?
I didn't
Are
do
the
a
front
sur-
doors facing
The same way.
facing
Yeah, so the house
driveway?
that Mr., if I'm, and I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the same one that Mr. Dale, because he didn't give me a particular address. He just noted it was one down on
You
Princess
have a picture.
Anne.
Can you bring that to us, please?
It does look like the
Yeah, that's the perception is all.
front of the
reality.
house.
That's the house, and that's the car right there.
That's the back of the house. The carport's in the back of the house. Can you just show that to everyone? Mr. Ward, my question is, there's a few constituents I did have. I'm gonna say two. They came to the planning, came down to planning and requested to put a carport, the same type of carport. They were turned away only because it reached the road. There was a certain footage that they could not have that because it was too close to the road, and they would have to put their carport in the back of the house, right? However, if they were to do an extension and build a garage, that would be okay. But the carport, is there in that,
Are we talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
this?
are we-
Yes,
Are we
yes.
talking about
because I'm looking at this
freestanding
picture and
metal
it's right on the road.
carports? Are we talking about freestanding detached metal
Freestanding.
carports?
Freestanding metal carports.
Right, so our city ordinance says that freestanding metal carports are permitted in the rear yard only.
And it doesn't matter if it reaches the street, if it touches the street.
If it's in a rear yard, say it's on a corner lot, there could be an instance where on a corner lot, a freestanding metal carport is in the rear yard, yet is right up against,
The road, the curb.
close to the road, yeah.
The curb,
Where the
mhm.
property line would be, but it's considered the rear yard.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I believe that's exactly what happened at the Princess Anne property that Mr. Dale's referring to.
So you trying to say so are you trying to say that that back, I think you should pull up your picture too, so that door that we're saying, that he's saying is the front door is actually the back door?
Yeah, it's the back of the house.
No way.
I'm saying for purposes of zoning, front doors and back doors don't matter.
No, but I'm saying it's the back of
It,
yard,
it may appear like it looks like the front of the house.
but it's really the back of the house, that's what I'm
It's-
saying.
From a
It's the-
zoning
From
standpoint,
zoning,
that
yes.
carport is located in the rear yard.
Right.
But the
Okay.
other
For that
front- the other
princess
front
one,
doors
okay.
are then- The houses further straight down are their front doors it's on the same side
It's
as that.
based on zoning law.
What you say is not a front door.
I'm saying zoning does not, our zoning ordinance doesn't even speak to front doors. That's not how you determine the front of a lot versus the rear of a lot. Particularly when it comes to a corner lot.
So I thought, what does our ordinance say? You can't have a.
So
Well,
it should-
we
Oh, I'm
approved-
sorry.
We've approved before, not this council, but a couple of councils back when the guy on 15th Avenue just put his little carport up without our permission. And, then it was back and it was approved later afterwards. Service station type, which is in violation of our ordinance right today, but it stands approved. So, I mean, really, I guess it's up to council if we decide to give the, exception, so.
That's correct.
Well,
My
that's
only,
a service station and it was in the back.
See, that's perception of back. It look like the front side, to me, is not the back. You can see it from the street. That's the problem.
Can I ask you, Mr. Ward,
Yes, ma'am.
were the same rules applied in both cases? When you approved the one on Princess Anne, were there any extenuating circumstances?
No, ma'am.
that-
It technically, it fell in the, it was placed in the rear yard, even though from appearances, when you're driving down the street, it may look like it's sitting in someone's front yard. It's not. Technically, it is in the rear yard of that property, therefore,
So it met the
It's-
code, it met the city code.
Yes, ma'am. It's permitted and allowed.
So no
In the Princess,
exception
in the
or
Princess
anything was
Anne
made.
situation.
Okay.
Where do you get the depth? Oh, sorry.
Can you pull up Google Maps or something?
Again, I don't recall, I don't think I personally reviewed that Princess Anne application. That was over a year ago. So I'm not, but I did go by it after Mr. Dale brought it to my attention. I did go over there and look, and then we pulled it up in the system. He was correct. It was permitted, and that's because it's in the rear yard.
And they didn't have to come before council because it met the code.
Correct.
That's
So
right.
there was no special consideration for that. The permit was issued because it met all the conditions in the ordinance.
You keep saying
So-
there's no front yard, but how does the state define front and backyard? They don't either? You say it's a backyard, but how can you say it's a backyard if you don't know how a front yard is defined?
Our Hopewell zoning ordinance defines what we consider the front of a parcel versus the side and the rear.
So tell me again.
And in
what-
particular, on corner lots, it has nothing to do with which way the house faces or the door or anything. It has, you were supposed to go with the narrowest side of the road frontage is considered the front of the parcel.
Okay, so can we, I mean, it's not going anywhere, so I would like to see the difference. Again.
So I have two concerns.
Sure.
I have also veteran and his wife and his son. His son passed away, unfortunately. And they came and they were upset because they said they needed to put a carport in the front, right? I told them exactly, you need to go down to the planning department, you have to talk to them. They were denied. I had another couple come to me and ask me with the same thing, they were denied. They didn't put anything up. Now, my only concern is if individuals decide or do not do the research, and they put it up, they're gonna be here they're gonna be here at public hearings, right? So you could just put up anything, we approve one time, then we don't approve the next time. And then, not only that's happening, we're not following the code. My question to you is, how does the community know? How will they know what to put up in their yard and what not to put up in their yard? How is that relayed to the community and to the residents and the property owners of Hopewell?
I would say, as it relates specifically to carports, it's not. It's not publicized in any way that I'm aware of. It's when someone comes in to apply for a building permit, they are advised of the fact that the Hopewell City Ordinance states and specifically identifies freestanding metal carports. But regardless of that, even if it didn't, it would still be considered an accessory structure. And all accessory structures in the city of Hopewell must be placed in a rear yard.
And does that require a permit?
If it's a building, say a shed,
Freestanding,
freestanding
garage.
metal carports
Yes.
require building permits, yes ma'am.
Okay,
All
that's what I'm
sizes.
asking.
Yes.
Now, that's it. That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Am I-
Matt, go ahead.
All right. According to our packet, it says that staff and planning commission reviewed this. They reviewed all angles of it, they know the codes, and they are recommending to deny it. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. Based off,
And these are people who are looking into it much more closely than we are.
yes. I said this at Planning Commission, I believe, that, our ordinance is not empathetic. Mr. Dale has legitimate request before you. The ordinance doesn't speak to his request, unfortunately.
I know.
But you all do, you know, this is brought before you in the manner of a public hearing because it is asking for your action. Okay.
All right.
I have
The
a
public,
question.
oh, excuse me.
Does the business people that he referred to, can we make some part of the ordinance in the future to hold them accountable? Because he knew the law. I'm sure if he did it for the other neighbor and didn't get a permit, he said, I guess I can make the money and do it and get over again. I guess we can't hold him accountable because it's not his property.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we would do that, and it's very unfortunate because contractors do it all the time. They tell the applicant they obtain, you know, they did what they were supposed to do. They obtained the proper paperwork, and they didn't. In fact, I think the very same thing happened with Mr. Dale. He asked them, did they get the permit? They told him yes, but they didn't. They didn't pull the permit. So unfortunately, that becomes a civil matter between the applicant and the contractor. Yeah.
So the council just has to see if you want to make the exception or not. Do we make the
Counselor
motion?
Denton?
Make a motion.
No, I open the,
No, for public hearing.
public hearing is now open. Has anyone, did not get a chance to sign the public hearing sign-up form, would like to speak on this matter?
Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't aware of this situation until tonight, but I would like to reiterate, I think, something that, excuse
Yeah.
me, Dominic Holloway. I do
Yes.
apologize, Dominic Holloway from the 7th Ward. Again, thank you, Council, for hearing me on tonight. This was my first time hearing the matter, and
Can you give me 1 second, please? Can you give him the rules? Read the rules to him, please.
Okay. Each person addressing the council shall step to the microphone, give name, locality, and phone number, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No person shall be permitted to address council a second time until all others have been heard once, and no one shall speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks should be addressed to council as a body and not to any member thereof. No person other than the council and the person having the floor shall enter into any discussion either directly or through a member of council without permission of the mayor. No question shall be asked a council member, including administration, except through the presiding officer.
thank you. Again, my name is Dominic Holloway. I'm from the 7th Ward. Did you say telephone number, address? Telephone number it was?
Just phone number.
804-255-9651.
Thank you.
I just wanted to come speak briefly on this matter. Again, I have not had the opportunity prior to this moment to hear this, but I think it was important to hear as I believe it was Councilwoman Denton was bringing up the fact that the code did enforce, and staff and whomever is responsible for approving or denying this request had did so based upon the code that was in space. But the gentleman is making this request based upon specific matters of involvement that surround his home, his disability, and personal situation. And I will hope that council would have the heart to consider that matter tonight, and that's all I would like to say.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice President, members of the City Council. My name is Albert Pearson, 615 Mansion Drive, Hopewell. Phone number is 804-586-6537. I am sorry for Mr. Dill's problems physically. I'm 85 years old, so, lifelong resident of Hopewell, have a business in Hopewell. And I'm opposed to the carport as it is now. The carport on Princess Anne Avenue faces the front on Princess. The carport's actually on the side on Prince George. I've talked to 11 of my neighbors. If you go down Mansion Drive off of West Broadway, go around Mansion Drive, Mansion Circle, Central Terrace, Summit, you see no other carport like that. So I'm sorry that the contractor didn't get a permit, but if he got a permit, this would never happen. That's just why you have the rules of the city. The rules were not followed. So I'm sorry that it's lost, but I hate to see that carport where it is. It's an eyesore. That's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Public hearing is now closed.
Okay. This is a hard one because we do have to abide by the rules, the ordinances of our city. This is why we have the boards and commissions. So I'm going to follow their guidelines, and I'm making a motion to deny this application.
Second.
I would like to say something. I don't see any more lights. Give me 1 second. Mr. Ward, can you, I know we have boards and commissions, and we also have the planning and development. Is there anything that we can do, Mr. Reynolds as well, when we have individuals who meet medical requirements and they can submit something to the city in regards to what they actually, the things that they need? Is that something that the planning commission can look at as well?
I think you can always take into consideration an applicant's personal situation, absolutely. Particularly when it comes to different types of applications. Say, for example, a conditional use permit or something, you know, where you're providing special permission and you're applying conditions. Unfortunately, in this particular case, with a modification of a development standard, it doesn't even give you the option. It basically says if you meet one of those 4 conditions, the ordinance clearly states you must deny it. And that's my reading of it. Like I said before, you know, it does not allow for any empathy to an applicant, unfortunately. But that's the ordinance that we have, and that's how I presented it to you all. Again, you are the council, so I mean, I can read that section.
No, you don't have to. My question to you is this
Okay.
something that council and the commission can work on as far as medical accommodations? And what does that would look like, right? We know what the code says.
Mm-hmm.
That's the law. So that's just all I'm asking, if that's something that future council in January can take a look at with the planning commission.
I think
And
we
then you guys
certainly
can
can.
maybe, you know, put that in your chest of things to address. So that way, you know, when there are medical needs and accommodations, that they are taken into consideration, and they are also, you know, there should be meet a criteria. They should be able to apply. They should be able to have an application and to get doctor's notes, address the needs of the reasons why this is the accessory that they need in order for them to be healthy, right? And to be safe. So with that being said, that's all my comment is. I want council, you guys to take that look in that in January.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you making a substitute motion?
Mm-mm, no, that's all I was gonna make. I'm just trying to make a point. And Mr. Reynolds, Dr. Reynolds, he hears it and I know he'll follow up with that. Counselor Gore.
I have a question for Mr. Ward, because the motion on the floor, right, to deny.
I know my light was
Oh, you do?
I agree with everything said in terms of the process. It's unfortunate that the contractor, whoever he hired, didn't submit the permit. So I can understand technically and legally we should deny it to follow the process. However, my concern is the points raised about the prior house. I understand what you're saying, so I'm not questioning that either. But that picture does look interesting. So I know you were trying to, you were caught on the spot without having the visuals to go with it besides what we saw on his phone.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to see what that looks like from a mapping perspective. And then the approval that went with it. And that's only because, I'll just be honest with you, sometimes it's about who you know. I don't know who owns that house. I don't know anything like that, but I can say there is inconsistencies with decisions in the past based off of who serves on boards. And so it may have been approved, but should that have been approved is my question, right? I don't know, because I haven't seen the packet. I don't know what was discussed then.
Sure.
So knowing that there is a history there in the city operating with that, that gives me a little pause.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say that I want to look over that information just to see what was in it and how does it really look, besides, no disrespect to him, on his phone. I want to see the map from you.
Sure.
And then for you to give us a real opinion off of you looking at it, not just doing it on the fly like this. And I'll trust what you have to say in regards to that. But ultimately, if that comes back and it's still the same answer, then I will deny it because I agree with everything that's said. But I do have concerns about what was actually approved with that other group. So I'm in a hard place because I'm just going to abstain, but I will say no if it comes back, but I don't have what I need.
If you wanted to wait till another meeting, you won't have
You
to
put on
hold
that
another
special
public.
meeting,
Oh, my goodness.
the one that we're already having.
Miss Pelham.
Yeah.
We can put it on a
I mean,
special
again,
meeting.
The one that
I
we
guess
already have it.
Longevity has some information because we made exceptions for, it's a place over there by Settle off of Jackson Farm. We wanted a carport for medical reasons. A man, I don't know if he didn't have legs or something to do with his wheelchair getting from his house to the rain. You remember that incident? Was that carport approved?
I'm not familiar with
Okay.
that particular.
If you could talk to your counterpart. It was somewhere near, it's off of Jackson Farm Road. I go there to look. But I think we also approved, the majority of council approved that one. The one, like I said, on 15th was an exception as well. And now this one. She had two denied. They probably would have been close, I don't know, but when it's medical and it's a veteran, I'm voting. There's an exception to the rule. I just am, and we agree with the boards and commissions when it's convenient to us. But there's always an exception in life to any rule you put out here. I don't care what law it is. That's why people get 50 years when they do a crime, and some people don't get but 10. It's who you know. And so, to be consistent and for medical reasons, people serving their country, hey, I'm biased.
I agree with you.
So I'm going to have to go with you, and I'm going to have to get these applications that were put in by two families who are also veterans, disabled, in Ward 7, that were turned away when they put their application in because they wanted the same thing due to medical reasons. I cannot support this right now. I need more information. I cannot support this because if they were turned away, and then tonight I approve this, and I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying, but these are the citizens I represent, and they go and put up a freestanding tomorrow, and they don't care, and they're gonna come and ask for the same thing. So what precedents are we putting out here? what are we doing? And I cannot support this evening. I would like the next council to look into this a little more. But as the code stands right now, and I will give you those names. I need you to pull those applications. And they were both turned away, and they did need it for medical reasons.
Can we just do
They
something?
make a substitute.
So that's all
I don't care what it
I'm
is.
making
Can
a
we just
comment
do-
on my,
I know,
I'm
but
making a comment
are
on
we-
why I'm not supporting this right now.
Are we going to do the motion? Because you're not speaking to the
I am
motion.
speaking to the motion. I'm giving you a reason why I'm not supporting this tonight.
I like to make a friendly, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
I'm sorry.
Request to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that this item with the subsequent information requested to include those two prior requests be added to that special meeting for consideration.
No,
We don't know when it's gonna be.
The special meeting.
But you gotta give him the names.
the ones I too. The
Council
one on
Gore.
settle.
Council Gore.
Motion fails
The
for a
motion-
second.
I'll
the
second.
motion-
I'm sorry, what?
The motion has to be tabled until this special meeting formally. Right, so you could.
Table action until the special
Okay,
meeting.
okay.
I move to table action until the special meeting previously discussed, and to also include the two requests mentioned by the mayor.
And mine too.
I want them to have
And yours
consideration
too.
as well.
Yours
Sure.
Second.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Counselor Gore,
Yep.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
No,
I don't know.
yeah.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Motion dies.
the motion is tied.
It dies.
It dies.
It dies.
We're going back to we're stepping down to the original motion that was made. Please restate your motion.
I make a motion that we follow the guidelines of staff and the planning commission and deny this application.
Can a motion be made with, or
No, now who seconded that?
I
Vice
did.
Mayor, okay, roll call.
You can still make a motion, just because we haven't did roll call yet. She asked if she still make a motion.
We're stepping down. The subsequent motion failed. Now we're going back down to the original one.
Yeah, but at any point in time, somebody can make a motion, right?
question?
If this one is on the floor and it's being voted on, it has to be voted on first. If it dies, then a subsequent motion can be made.
Not if someone, what about if someone makes a substitute motion? If it's not, we're not,
If someone makes a substitute motion, then this one won't be voted on, but you all are voting on this current motion, which is Counselor Denton's motion.
What happens is.
right before she did roll call, she said, can I still make a motion?
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, I don't think you heard that part.
I did not. I didn't know it came in before you all started voting.
She said the same motion.
So let's be clear on the process.
Yes. It is.
We had an original motion.
Yes,
There was another motion made.
correct.
That motion failed.
Yes,
Now we're going back to the base motion.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Can I ask a question, Madam Mayor? What happens if it's tied?
Motion fails.
Fails.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Yes.
She called for the vote.
Let me do.
Okay, so I'm doing roll call for the,
No, she didn't call for the vote, just roll call.
She,
Because if you call for the vote, you're gonna have to vote on calling for the vote.
Okay.
I know, but that's what she did, so I just repeated what she
Nobody
did.
seconded. Roll call.
All right.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
I want to abstain my personal reason, because I feel like I don't have all the information I need.
Is that allowed?
I don't know that you can abstain.
A personal conflict, because I feel like I don't have all the information that I
No,
need.
that's,
You can't define what my personal conflict is. It says I have to say if it's a personal conflict or a financial conflict
is
per the
correct.
rules.
She is correct.
she can abstain.
But I have to say why personal conflict.
It's a personal conflict. Continue.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Read the rules.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm voting for. Y'all to me.
To deny it.
motion to deny.
You-
God, can we just go on?
I don't want it denied, so whichever way that is.
Is no.
No.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, we are moving into regular business items. Ms. Smith, who is our HR Director, is out on medical today, so Tabitha Martinez, who is the Parks and Rec Director, will be presenting the Virginia Minimum Wage Act increase. We have taken the time to look across the entire organization to see what individuals that this minimum wage increase would affect. And majority of those individuals are from the Parks and Recreational Department. Ms. Martinez?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Member of Council. In preparation of the Virginia Minimum Wage Act, we come before you tonight to request the appropriation of salary savings to fund the mandatory wage increase in a total amount of $15,108.87 for beginning January 1st, 2023. Tonight I have from Ms. Smith
That's what happened.
of the act, so that you can have that for future reference. But as of January 1st, 2023.
Can you stop talking, because the people on TV can't hear you.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Thank you.
So again, in preparation of the Virginia Minimum Wage Act increased as of January 1st, 2023, we have to maintain a $12 minimum wage. That is the presentation that we presented for you tonight. In your agenda packet, that shows all the increases. And we do have salary savings based off of our 4 vacancies that we've had since the beginning of June, all the way up until we are currently still vacant in some of our supervisory positions.
$11 or 12? It says 11 for 22.
So 11 is the first one. That's what my staff is currently at. 12 is what we have to be at as of January 1st, 2023.
That's not what this say. Oh,
Yes, ma'am. It's the
okay, yes it does.
third one down. Sorry, fourth one down.
Counselor Denton?
I would like to make a motion to increase the minimum wage to $12 per hour effective January the 1st, 2023.
Second. Roll call.
No, I had a question.
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you. This covers, your salary savings covers every bit of this increase, is what you're saying?
Correct. In your packet, you'll see we have it divided into green, gray, and gray. Blue, gray,
I'm
and
good
green
with that.
sections, and that will cover the entire adaption. Correct.
And there's nobody else that needs this salary increase outside of Rec and Parks?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Dr.
Okay,
Manker?
council, as we move into R2, we have the interim director, Ms. Monique Robinson, for Public Works. She is here to present today on the East Broadway retainer wall.
Do you have is it already available up there? If not, I have it on it, USB.
Can you use your flash drive, please?
She's putting it out.
Okay, you got it?
Yeah, I said if she does not have it ready, I have it available on the USB. So tonight, good afternoon to council. It's not available. Right. Yay, yes, it works. Good evening, council, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, sorry. Today I'm going to present to you the retainer wall at 601 East Broadway. I'll be very brief, no time constraints. The retainer wall fell on East Broadway. We received a call from the citizen there that the wall had fallen. We sent Randy Hicks, who is our public works superintendent, out to evaluate and investigate it.
I just want to make we only have 15 minutes left.
Yes.
We all read our packet.
Okay.
I need you to do this.
Okay,
Thank
so, long story short, we need $40,000 to cover the cost of the retainer wall to get that.
And the requirement for this is, what is it required? Why is this required? Just give us.
This is a city, it is city-owned. The wall itself is the property of the city. So it needs to be repaired for safety and immediate danger that is.
And we're using salary
Salary
savings
savings.
from vacant positions in the Public Works Department.
Does that have to be in the motion and how we're funding this?
Yes.
Go.
I'd like to make a motion that we give Public Works $40,000 from salary savings to repair the wall at 601 East Broadway.
Second.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Pelham? Councilor
How y'all
Pelham?
determine that that's our property when it's clearly a part of the yard of the house?
David Thompson, the GIS coordinator, he did the research on it to determine that it was city property.
Okay, so, so the next time, can y'all give us the property parcel that the city has?
It is included.
in there.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
didn't see it, okay.
Roll call.
Vice Mayor Pardon,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, City Council R3, we have Monique again for courts.
Right to the point.
Okay, straight to the point. Courts building, the HVAC system, the module there is outdated. It needs to be repaired, replaced, upgraded so that the heating and cooling system can be moderated in the system. It's gonna cost $250,000 to have that system redone. It's Honeywell system, and it is a sole source with Honeywell.
Where's the money coming from?
Where's the money coming from?
Asking that the,
ARPA.
yes.
ARPA funding.
Y'all just picking it, oh.
Recommendation to appropriate $250 of ARPA funding to Capital Fund 071 for the purchase and replacement of HVAC system in Hopewell Courts building.
I'll make that my motion.
Yeah.
That's 250,000. Am I correct? 250,000.
That is correct.
Is there a second?
I did.
Roll call.
Comment.
Who did the second?
I didn't see your light.
You never see nothing like that.
Counselor Gore?
This is not trying to be funny, but I am trying to be funny at the same time. We do have a hard time with our temperature in here with it, and it's always been like that for years. Is this a Honeywell
You
system
have to
too?
speak to the motion.
It is. I'm about to say, ask them to add that to that contract.
Superintendent.
Who is it?
Honeywell here?
Oh, come on, guys.
I mean, it's a general question. I mean, you don't-
Passing Honeywell controls are not the same as the courthouse. The courthouse works on what they call VAV boxes. There's 65 of them in the courthouse in the ceiling. It's the brains of the operation. This does not have that.
We don't have brains.
fine. It's okay. I was gonna say, Lord, I said it too. We can do it all at one time.
Man, you had to say that before
Any other questions for council?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
First of all, it's not in the packet for 601. I went back and read it again. There's nowhere in here that tells us what GIS is for that property. Secondly, we have eaten away at ARPA funds so badly that we were down from 10 million to $3 million.
Another source of money?
And this is because we make decisions all year, piecemealing that money, and really haven't really done anything for the citizens on a holistic approach. And I, of course, I probably have to vote for this, but it's not right that we spent $7 million on different things without having a broad plan. And it's every time something comes up, we do this type of thing. And Public Works, the way the literature read, it's like no one did any maintenance on the daggone. I'm sure they did. They stayed in the courthouse. Cause I go to court all the time. It's freezing in there. So
That's not trying to solve.
I mean, for my cases that I have to take to court. But anyway, is there something that you're gonna do or have a maintenance schedule for HVACs, don't you, after you buy them? Cause it sounds like y'all didn't have one.
This isn't the actual units, this is the controls, the software.
Oh, that's all?
It's all.
It's not the actual fixture on top of it?
Not the actual fixture, it's
Wow.
65 units in the ceiling that these VAV boxes, it all works off computer systems. And when they get obsolete, you just can't do anything else with them.
Okay, I mean.
It's technology.
Yes.
Yeah.
$3 million.
And it was built in 94 and the technology's from 94.
Was slow. I got you. Thank you.
Call for the vote.
What's the motion? Did the resolution, was that included in the motion?
Can you restate the motion? And we need to do a resolution for that as well?
Yes.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
It was?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Okay. I just couldn't hear that.
That's fine.
Roll call. All righty. Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
No, I love you.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham. I'm sorry?
You belong.
I gotta stand trial for my ARPA funds until I
So
get
what's
my
your vote?
Hopewell money. It's a no.
Okay. Mayor Bennett.
Yes, of course.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Mr. Vice Mayor, at the request of City Council, I drafted a proposed ordinance, which is
I
entitled
can't
the
hear
Loitering
you.
Ordinance. I'm sorry, can you not hear me?
I can't
Okay,
now.
sorry, my microphone is so far away from me. At the request of City Council, I drafted a proposed ordinance, which is entitled the Loitering Proposed Ordinance. It is to prevent some of the activities in the downtown area of the city of Hopewell that have been complained about at previous meetings by business owners, and also to encourage and promote business growth. It's pretty straightforward. You also are supposed to have a copy of it in your packets. Hopefully you do. Section A, just to go through it really quickly, defines the prohibited areas. Section B of the prohibited ordinance is pretty straightforward. It defines the prohibited behavior, what is allowed and what is not allowed. And then we go to Section C, which then classifies the misbehavior as a Class 3 misdemeanor, a non-jailable offense with a fine of up to $500. This proposed ordinance of note is consistent with other ordinances that Hopewell has previously adopted that have a criminal violation classification as a Class 3 misdemeanor. And it is up for your vote tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Counselor Denton and the Vice Mayor Parton.
And Brenda Pelham.
And then,
I make a motion that we
they have something
that
to
we
say.
pass this proposed loitering ordinance for the city.
Second.
Second.
All right, now I'm going to,
I have a question to the city
Yes.
manager. how you propose to educate our citizens about the new ordinance?
To the city manager or the city attorney?
Manager?
To educate the individuals on the new
This is for the
ordinance.
whole city, this just not for downtown.
I mean, we can,
I don't know.
send out marketing material if you
I'm
wish.
just asking the question, how will people know?
We'll draft the plan to get it out.
All right, and also, I think we include in that plan, training for people that have to approach the people that may be loitering. Is there a plan to do a warning first, or just arrest everybody, or what's the plan? So everybody can be on the same sheet of music.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Counselor Gore?
Mr. Ward, we talked about this at that one meeting. We said to ask for people to look at downtown areas, how they address with mixed use. Were you able to do that research to figure out how they address loitering with mixed use units? Your research is incomplete. Okay. Thank you. It's okay.
Point of information, how is that supposed to work hand in hand with this ordinance?
Because we were talking about it at that meeting,
Who's we?
council. I asked for something, I think Council Randolph as well, asked for ordinance. But then I said my concern was, I think Council Randolph as well said, you know, people do live above, and that's the mixed use, and by design, and I think some people got upset in the audience when I said mixed use, but I think there's a lack of understanding what I'm referring to. By design, our downtown is mixed use. Per our comprehensive plan, we specifically designated to have it that way. Living space at the top, business at the bottom. If people live there and they come outside, how are they going to differentiate between loitering and then being outside their home? So I asked, can you look at what other down to main streets have done to address this community issue? He says research was not done. And Councilor Randolph, you're nodding your head, you're in agreement so far. So, I mean, I just want to know what that was before I full forward support this. But my other question is to the city attorney. This is adopt on first reading. We have to do 2 readings for ordinance adoption. So this is just the first reading?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So we'll have a second reading?
We can, Counselor Gore, and just to answer your first question, the prohibited behavior inside of this ordinance would not apply to someone who is living in the downtown area. If you're just standing outside of where you live, if your guests are standing outside of where you live, that behavior is not prohibited by this because it's lawful. You can stand outside on a sidewalk. Where you kind of come into an issue is when you are interfering or impeding or hindering free passage. So if I am outside, if I'm a downtown dweller and I'm standing outside with my guests and I'm telling them goodbye, y'all have a good evening, I'm not impeding anything. I'm not impeding vehicular traffic or sidewalk traffic. So I don't fall in under this ordinance. And I think that's what Ms. Pelham is concerned about, that there needs to be education on behalf of our law enforcement officers to make sure that they understand the difference. But
Well,
other
since this is-
jurisdictions have done it successfully, and I know we can too.
Okay. I appreciate that. So I think for second reading, if we can have that research alongside that, then I feel more comfortable. But I support this, but I just want to have that research before I support finalizing this into law.
Vice Mayor Parton, and then Councilor Randolph.
Yes, I'd like to extend the meeting until we finish the communications from citizens piece.
And the reorganization meeting.
Oh, yeah, we got R5 and then circle back to communications from
You don't wanna-
citizens.
Everybody, you don't want to do my part that y'all didn't show up last week for.
Well,
That's fine, that's fine.
So is there a second?
No
motion
saving money
dies
for the
second, lack
citizens.
of a second.
We gotta have a reorganization meeting.
All right.
I second it, ma'am.
It died. It's dead.
I make a motion, Madam Mayor, that
It's
we,
by law we have to have one. It's going to be scheduled. I don't know why it's on the
Yeah,
agenda.
it's not supposed to be on the agenda.
Yeah.
That's not for this council to schedule a reorganization meeting,
It's set in the,
especially if I'm not, there's councils that won't be on here. Why are we voting for that?
it's actually the date set for reorganization per guidelines. I'm not sure what. So it's just like,
it is say the first closest meeting.
it's the
and
first
that's fine.
Tuesday.
Can you please advise city attorney?
Madam Mayor, I would have to do some research. I'm not.
Why is this on here?
Because there was one agenda where we actually did vote on this. That's why I put it on there
You can
again.
still vote
No,
on it.
the guidelines say it's the first Tuesday in January, and if it
Yes.
falls on
So-
a holiday, it'll be the preceding next business
Yes.
day. And I sent that over to admin because
That is the
everyone
rule.
is new here for this. There's a set policy for your organization on when you have your meeting and what is covered on it and seating.
And that's exactly what's always said.
It's a process.
Okay?
First
And that's
meeting.
nothing that we need to vote on. That's something that we already have as a process.
Okay.
I'll put it out in writing. So you guys know the process. Sorry.
So do we have time to do mine?
You got 1 minute.
Yeah,
We need,
You got 1 minute.
let's at least vote on the loitering ordinance. Can we do roll call?
Mayor Bennett,
I don't have enough information on that. We just had that communication. There's supposed to be a piece from here. I can't vote in an ordinance if not all the pieces are together. I'm abstaining,
We
Make a motion.
and that's a
Table it.
conflict for me. I don't have all the information in front of me.
we can table it.
We just did, it's 10:30.
We gotta continue with the roll call.
You gotta continue with roll call.
Vice Mayor Porton,
Yes.
Council Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Gore, Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yeah.
Motion passes.
No, they're 10:30. The meeting is now over.
Hey, Monique.
I couldn't get anybody to decide. I gave them all back to you. Let me finish that.
I knew the court house was gonna pass. So I could
Saving money.
No money until I get my ARPA funds.
Can I get one of those papers?
It's been real. Give these back.
No, I won't.
Yes.
No, I won't.